हॅलो. हॅलो, मावळे सर.
हॅलो मॅडम.
तो जॉईन होतोय, त्याला घ्यायचंय का? कसं करायचं?
कोण आले का ते?
हा, स्पीकर तो आहे रेडी, मग त्याला घ्यायचं का?
काय नाव?
सत्यशील अडनाईक.
त्यांना घेऊन घ्या ना.
नाही आहे का?
ठीक आहे.
हा. हॅलो, सत्यशील.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes. You can hear?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. And is my camera also on?
Okay, wait. I think he's shared his PPT. So I think, okay, let me see. Yes, I can see you.
Okay,
No problem.
ठीक आहे. मला फक्त डेस्कटॉप शेअरिंग, शेअर स्क्रीन.
हो, ते केलं मला वाटतं. को-होस्ट केलंय तुला, त्यामुळे ते करता येईल तुला. एकदा ट्राय कर बरं.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. दिसतं?
Okay, yes.
अरे, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, आता मी शेअरिंग स्टॉप केलेलं आहे.
Okay.
नितीन, हाय.
हॅलो सर.
How are you, नितीन?
फाईन सर, फाईन.
Good. एकदम सिमलेसली चालू झालं. एक्सपिरियन्स.
हो.
सबस्क्रिप्शन नंबर्स खूप वाढले.
हो, ते मावळे सरांची कमाल आहे आमच्या.
अरे.
सकाळी 450 होते, आता एकदम 1000वर गेले. म्हणजे सरांची कमालच आहे ती.
गॉड.
सरांचं नेटवर्क खूप स्ट्रॉंग आहे. मावळे
अरे वा. अरे मग इलेक्शन वगैरे लढताय का बघा जरा आता. गुड चान्स.
मावळे सर काय म्हणतो बघा तो.
येस सर.
तो म्हणतो इलेक्शन लढताय का काय म्हणतो, गुड चान्स म्हणतो.
एवढं नेटवर्क चांगलं म्हणल्यावर ऑलमोस्ट 1000 people is massive.
More than that, sir, means we are live on YouTube also. So
Okay, very good.
hopefully means
YouTube
we'll cross near about 1500 something.
Wow.
Or more than that also. No issue.
Wow.
Sorry, which people are joining on YouTube now. I will share the YouTube link.
सत्यशील, एक अजेंडा असं आहे की मी थोडेस वेलकम करेन. आमचे एचओडी बोलतील. सर, तुम्ही बोलणार आहे मावळे सर? हॅलो, मावळे सर. शेवटी बोलतात. अच्छा, ठीक आहे. अच्छा, ठीक. एचओडी बोलतील आणि बाय चान्स जर प्रिन्सिपल सर जॉईन झाले तर एक चान्स त्यांना देते मी. आणि तुझं इंट्रोडक्शन, मग तुझं सेशन सुरू करून देऊ आपण.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Yep.
हा, आणि मग वोट ऑफ थँक्स, राईट? आणि क्वेश्चन्स अँड देन विल टेक वोट ऑफ थँक्स.
हा, क्वेश्चन्स अगोदर करूया मग.
हो. हॅलो, हा सर. हॅलो. तुझ्या इकडे किती रे 6 वाजले असतील ना तर 6 o'clock का 7?
6:30.
6:30. अच्छा. प्रताप USA मध्ये आहे ना रे?
Yes, USA.
त्यामुळे त्याची टाइम आता मिडनाईट म्हणाला तो काल. आता सकाळी म्हटलं ठीक आहे.
Okay.
तेच.
Good.
Ekta madam shared the YouTube link to you. You can share with sir. I will send the mail to you. Rajeshri madam, I will take the participants in. Okay.
चालेल. भालके सर जॉईन होत आहेत बहुतेक.
Welcome, Balke sir.
Okay, madam. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam. Hello, madam.
हाँ सर, चालू करूया.
We should start. Because near about 75 people are there on YouTube also. So,
Okay, sir. So we'll start, sir, then. Satyashri. Hello, Satyashri.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we'll start, Satyashri.
Okay, thank you. What I'll do is I'll start sharing my screen.
Yes.
Just
Okay, so is the screen PowerPoint presentation visible to yourselves?
Yes, yes. You can put it in the presentation mode, but just have a formality and then we'll start with the sessions.
Okay, definitely.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Right, excellent. Good morning, everybody. How are you? I understand there is a lot of people on Zoom, and also there is a YouTube channel active where people have logged in. So
yes,
first
yes,
of all,
yes,
let's try to
1 minute, Satyashri. 1 minute, Satyashri. 1 minute, just a minute. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a minute. Good morning, all. On behalf of AISSMS College of Engineering, ENTC Department, and Institution of Engineers, Kolkata, I welcome you all for this webinar. Respected Principal Dr. D.S. Bormane sir, our HOD ENTC Dr. D.G. Bhalke sir, Institution of Engineers India Faculty Advisor ENTC Professor Nitin Mawade sir, all faculty members and participants for the webinar. I welcome you all for this webinar on design, development and implementation of project management methodologies. I request Bhalke sir, our HOD, to address the participants. Bhalke sir, please.
I think first can I introduce to guest, then I will.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. We have with us our speaker, Mr. Satyashri Ladnaik, who is a graduate from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has been a part of IT industry for almost 25 years now. He has worked in various domains like retail, healthcare, finance, and airlines. He started as commissioning engineer at Siemens. He has worked with more than 8 companies as the IT project manager, namely Morrison Bradford, Teradata, Provident Financial Groups, Dixon's Carphone Group, Finwick, and he is currently working as Agile Delivery Lead at J2.com. He has worked, he is certified Scrum Master, an Agile Lean practitioner, and a Prime 2 practitioner. He is an experienced IT project manager with 15 years of delivering large projects up to 5 million euro budget. We welcome you, Satyashil, and I request Bhalke sir, Dr. D.G. Bhalke sir, HOD NTC, to address the participants, please.
Okay, thank you, madam, for a nice introduction of the guest. Very good morning to one and all. Respected guest Satyashil Adnaik, faculty member, and all my dear participants. On behalf of Electronics and Telecommunication Department of AISSMS College of Engineering, I heartily welcome to one more exciting and interesting seminar webinar that is on the project management and the methodology. All of you know that in outcome-based education system or in the quality of education system, the project plays very important role. So because of the project, many life learning skills can be incorporated among student and the better learning will happen in the student. For example, the student can able to work in a team. They can able to think innovative way or in the creative way. They can able to provide the solution to the society. They could able to contribute to the development of the nation. So whatever the fundamental knowledge they have received during their graduation course, or the any even in the industry or whatever in the life in their life, they have learned so many technologies, so they can able to apply all this the fundamental knowledge and the technology for development of innovative applications which will beneficial for the society. And because of this, the life of the universe can be extended, the life of the human being can be made very comfortable. And you see nowadays the students are not giving more attention towards a project, because many times they're outsourcing or just they're doing as a for the formality for the sake of the marks. But the project plays an immense role in their life. If they take project seriously, they can achieve many life learning skills, and also they can also build their career with the help of the project. Today we are having the Satyashil Adnai, as madam has rightly mentioned or introduced him. He has a huge experience in this field, and how this project can be made more interesting, how student can build their own project, how they can think in the innovative ways and provide the solution will be covered in this particular webinar. I hope everyone will get many takeaways from this, and they could able to implement in their organization for the benefit of the society. With this, my words, once again I welcome everyone, and I hand over the session to Mr. Satyashil Adanaik. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and yeah, the permission of all respected dignitaries on this session. Let's get started. Okay. First of all, let's try to understand what set of audience do we have. So I believe we have people mostly coming in from India. So could we just go through a list of places that you have logged in? So who you could unmute yourself and say, okay, I'm from this particular place, as in logged in from this particular place. I just want to get a demographic view of where we are.
Maure sir, can you brief about the participants?
Hello.
Maure sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have received the interest from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Gujarat to West Bengal, and most of them is we have received the interest from near about 28 countries.
Wow.
So, and they are available on YouTube channel, and most of the peoples are available in Zoom also. So we have got the nice participation, sir. So we can continue, as all are muted. They are not advised to speak something just because of the fluency and the continuity for our webinar. So we have made them disabled. So please you continue.
Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. I was hoping for an interactive session, but yes, it makes sense for such a large audience not to open up the incoming audio traffic. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Right. Just to recap on my introduction. So yes, I'm a Scrum Master IT Project Manager. I've done my graduation in 1995 from Shivaji University as a BE Electronics, and I currently live in the UK. On the right hand side, I've just given the list of logos of the companies that I've worked with, and at the top, global map where I've physically sat and worked. It's not the teams I've interacted, it's the work locations that I've worked. Quite a global interaction. And yes, in the center, that's me with my boys last year, enjoying the cricket match, India versus Sri Lanka. It was fun. We won. At the bottom, there are a list of certifications that I've done which are relevant to project management. Okay, so this particular session is focused towards the fresh graduates, and what I'm hoping is that their objective is they would like to understand from this session what all various project management methodologies are available, and grab a handful of key terms and basic concepts so that they can be better at the interviews. And obviously, you can also apply this in your day-to-day life and the project work that you may be working on. Okay, right. First of all, let's get into some key concept. Now, what is a project? This is where I wanted some interaction, but that's fine. I'll give you a few seconds to think through. Do you really understand what a project is? Then we can go to project management, and then we can go to project management methodology. Okay, so here are two examples. You have Supreme Court. It works in a particular way, and you have our mission to Mars. Okay, given a choice, which one do you think is a project? I'm not expecting an audio right now. I'm just trying to get you thinking on certain things. Okay, so I was expecting more of answers towards mission to Mars is a project, and the Supreme Court is not a project. Okay, so obviously Supreme Court is doing something that is not a project, but then what is it? We call it as operations. So any activity in life, there are two things, a project and operation. And we'll come to the definition here. So the project is defined as a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or a result. If you look at Supreme Court, it just goes on operating, it just goes on creating, addressing more cases, giving decisions, and it keeps on in that loop. You go to a RTO office, it keeps on churning out new RTO licenses, new registration of vehicles, new deregistration of vehicles. It's a continuous operation. It is not a project, the RTO offices. Similarly, most of the government offices, they are in an operation basis. They are not projects. So what you're about to look at in the rest of the slides, they are not applicable to operations. We are talking of only projects. Projects are, as you can see in the tables out there, temporary endeavors, new original work created, it's a unique output, and as and when the objectives are met, the project is dismantled. Once the mission to Mars was successful, the entire team was dismantled. Obviously, they can be reapplied somewhere else, but the project is dismantled. Operation, it's an ongoing routine. It is repetitive work, and once the immediate objective is met, again, they pick up the next objective. You issue one license, you start picking up the issuance of the next license. So it goes on in an operation. So that's a fundamental difference between what a project is and what an operations is. Okay, and yes, the project management methodology is essentially a collection of processes. Right, so what all project management methodologies do we have and does the industry use? There is a full menu card of project management methodologies that is available. So we start off with some traditional methodologies. Some of you may have heard about waterfall, a PERT, a program analysis and review technique, CPM, critical path method, CCPM, critical chain project management. Then we have PMI, which is quite a popular methodology. You will have many project managers certifying from PMI using the PMI BOK, Book of Knowledge Guide. These days, you would have heard the term Agile, which typically has Scrum, Kanban, Extreme Programming, Adaptive Project Framework. Specifically for change management, there is ECM and XPM. And for process-based, there is Lean, Sigma, and a combination of the two, Lean, Six Sigma. There are a few other things like Prince2 is quite popular in the UK, and you also have Prism. So there is a full list of project management methodologies. There are a few more out here, but I have not listed them down here. What we are going to look in the next few slides is we are going to look at the waterfall and Scrum methodology. Waterfall. Okay, here's a good example. Now, the couple have decided they are going to cook a dish for a family of 4, and they have started a project to do it. Okay, the objective is to create a dish, a main course. The first thing they do is, yes, I want this particular main course is what they decide. Then they pick up a recipe book, and that is when they are locked into a plan. The recipe book, the first thing the recipe book will tell the couple is go and get all the ingredients in these particular proportions. So they get all the ingredients. Then the recipe book is going to say how to prepare, cut the vegetables and do all chopping and all of that. Then the next step is you're going to look at how to steam cook or stir fry or go to microwave and all of that. And the last thing would be garnishing. Okay. This is a typical step-by-step process. There's no deviation, and as long as you stick to the plan, you will be successful. The challenge out here is until the dish is ready, you would not know actually, is it a good dish or not? Okay, now let me throw in a change. Okay, midway through the dish, the brother of the lady calls up that he's arriving in the town and he would like to pop over for dinner. Now that's a change. But as you are already through midway through your cooking, the recipe book does not tell you how to accommodate a change and have a bigger volume of dish prepared. You are locked in. You have to finish it, and then you can try to see what you could do. Okay, so those are the constraints if you go step by step. So typically waterfall method, it is a sequential step-by-step process, and every step is a discrete stage. So you would normally start with requirements. You would have a clear entry gate. You would do the full requirements, and you would have a clear exit gate. After that, you would start the designing. Now, requirements typically would be signed off, so you can start designing, and you would design the entire system. End of the design, the customer would typically sign it off. Then you would get into development. You would develop the entire piece of work. Typically a software is what I'm referring out here. You would finish design, then do the testing, then do the deployment, and then once deployed, obviously you put it into a maintenance mode, which is operations. Okay, every process is self-contained, and it is entry has a proper entry and an exit gate. Okay, as you can see, the customer is heavily involved at the front end, which is more of the requirements, and you need to have crystal clear understanding of what is it that you are wanting as an output. The challenge here is by the time the output comes in, which may be a few months or a few quarters away, the world may have changed, or there would be n number of changes that have been thrown into your place, like the guest we referred to. So it is very important that upfront you have accommodated all these changes, you have baked it in your plan, and then you start progressing as per that. Okay, so waterfall methodology. The pros are what you plan is what you get. So the entire mindset is all about getting the plans right, and which is at the front end. And the better the plan, the better is output, or the better uh, is the experience of the entire project. The output is crystal clear. Look at the recipe book. If you are baking a bread, you know you will get a bread. It's very clear. You're not going to end up with a biscuit. So it's very crystal clear what you are going to produce. It's easy to manage. The project management mindset is all about sticking to the plan rather than going away from it. And if anything comes in the way of the plan, you're just going to block it and say, okay, hold on, I'm not going to deal with it. So it's easy to manage. Testing is made easy. The entire product is prepared and given to testing team. So in one shot, the entire product can be tested end to end. Hence, it is easy. It is not a drip feed that we are talking of. It's a full development being given to the testing team. There is extensive document which allows for resource movement. Look at the recipe book in step 3. Let's say the lady in that photograph moves away and the husband says, I'll take over. Yes, that's fine. You can pick up at step 4 and you can continue. There is no handover required. It's documentation is there, it is adhered to. You will go through properly. Similarly, in larger software projects, you have people who move, maybe resigned, left the organization, or changed projects, or maybe they are feeling sick, they have not arrived at the office. It's simpler to deal with such situations because everything is documented and you can go through quick handovers or switches of resources. The main problems, it is front heavy. At the front end, you have to know in detail everything that you want to know, deliver through the project. For simple recipes, it's very simple, but for IT projects, it is very complex. Look at a banking software. If you want to implement it, and if you tell a customer to start drawing out requirements for the entirety of all of the modules, that is a massive task. Airline software, if you tell a customer to write down every detail at the front end, at the beginning of the project, it is a massive task. It takes months together to write such a requirement. Okay, so potential lack of flexibility makes change difficult. So even though you may have the proper requirements documented, it then once signed off, you will not change it. So banking software written 6 months ago, and now the situations have changed, some laws have changed, and there are some other incentives given by government. If you want to make a change, it is very difficult because your plan is locked in. You are going to follow the plan. So that makes it very rigid. So rigidness could be a strength or could be a weakness based on how situations have turned up. It normally takes longer delivery time because you're doing one thing followed by the other, followed by the other. You know, it's a sequential execution. So normally it takes longer than necessary. Okay. Testing is delayed until completion. So until the development is complete, there is nothing to test. So what you have produced, you cannot even verify what it is until at a very late stage in the project, and that is where a lot of bugs start coming in, a lot of off specifications issues start coming in, and creates a huge amount of headache for the project manager. And the customer is involved only at the front end, give the requirement, sign off, and then see you, tata, bye bye. I'll meet you once we come to the user acceptance test, which is at the fag end of the delivery cycle. And between, the customer is not involved other than making sign offs and giving some payment milestones. So those are the cons. So where do we normally apply waterfall, or should we apply? Okay, it's typically a short and simple projects. Waterfall is best suited for that. It's also if you have a very clear project requirements, waterfall is best suited for that. Just get the requirements done, dusted, and beyond that, get it delivered. That will be the best way to do it. Also, if you have a constant in a flow of resources, a change of resources, due to the documentation, heavy documentation that this methodology promotes, you should go in for waterfall. Okay, so hopefully that gives you a brief overview of waterfall. Now let's go to Scrum or Agile. They are interchangeable words, but actually Scrum is an implementation of Agile. Scrum is a framework, and Agile is an overall guidance on top of it. But these words are interchangeable. These days, many IT industries and many other industries have started moving into Agile. A few weeks ago, I was in a different session wherein a scientist from California had joined in, and he said they were using Scrum to develop the R&D activities of their COVID medicine that they are trying to prepare. I was very interested in that, and yes, then later on when I had a one-to-one chat with him, I realized how Scrum is also helpful in research and development industry. Right, like we had the example earlier, let's try to see and have an example to understand Agile methodology. So let's say you have purchased a 3-floor house. It's empty inside, just blank walls, no flooring, some wires hanging here and there, and that's it. And now you would like to get this furbished and make it livable so that you can start using it. In waterfall, obviously, you'll get a contractor, you tell him what to do. End to end, you have to tell him everything: what color of the carpet, what color of the floorings, what color of the tiles, what fittings in the bathrooms, what chandeliers, and everything end to end you have to give. Bring in an interior designer, get it all designed, and then probably in 2 to 3 months, the house will be ready. But this 2 to 3 months, what is going to happen is, you'll be in a waiting stage and there's nothing happening, and maybe things change in your life, and you would like to change a few things. Out here, what is going to happen is, if you use Agile, the first thing you're going to do is get a team, typically a plumber, tiler, electrician, and a painter together. And you're going to say, okay, we are going to work in 1 week intervals. Now, these intervals are called as sprints. So in the first sprint, which is first week, I would like to get the bathroom done so that this house becomes livable. I don't mind if I cannot cook in the after the first week. I don't mind if I don't have a proper bedroom. But yes, bathroom is a bare necessity. So in the first week, this team goes ahead and gets a bathroom done, and you do a detailed plan of what they will do in that first week in terms of what tiles to be fitted in bathroom, what are the other furnishings in bathroom, what painting to be done, and what lighting arrangement to be done. Everything is decided at the start of the first week. Within 1 week, this team gets a bathroom done. Now this is livable. If you choose to, you can still move in, have a camping bed somewhere, and start living in the house. Second week, you want a bedroom created. What you're wanting to say is, I have a bathroom, I want a bedroom created, I don't mind eating outside, but the house will be now a better livable situation for me. So in week 2, which is sprint 2, these 4 team members go across and get the flooring done for the bedroom. They get the wardrobes fitted, they get the lighting done, they get paint the house, put in the bed, put in the rest of the items that typically come in a bedroom. And week 2, you have a proper bedroom. So now end of week 2, you have a bedroom and you have a bathroom. Week 3, you tell them, can you please get me the kitchen done in 1 week? Right. Week 3 sprint, all the boys go across, get the kitchen done. Week 4, you tell them, now can I get the other bedrooms done every week? So they start doing on those particular aspects. So what is happening is, you are building the product step by step, and not only building, you are putting it live. The good thing about this is, the customer, that is you yourself, have started living in the house from week 2 onwards. And once you start living in that, you understand the dynamics of the house, you understand the interiors of the house, and you can make a better decision of the bedrooms or the kitchen which is yet to be created or prepared. So that gives you that particular connect with the product, and you can give a better insight. So here's how the Scrum team is looked at. So this is the product backlog. So this is the requirements of the full house. What we do is, we just know a general theme of various things to be done. So I want a house which is probably a modern house, should have lots of glass, lots of steel, and probably a bit of an touch of retro like chandeliers and all of that. Some key highlight requirements. This is called as a product backlog for the full house. When it comes to sprint backlog, what you're going to do is, let's say I'm now going to create a kitchen, which is sprint 2. I detail out the requirements of that particular week. What kind of flooring I want, what kind of cupboards do I wish to have, what kind of gas connection do I need to have, what kind of lighting do I need to have, what kind of dining table. You detail out the next 7 days of work. And once that is there, you start going through this 7-day cycle. Now, typically projects are between 1 to 4 weeks, but we have chosen 1 week in this particular scenario. You would actually create the kitchen in this particular 7 days. So you would build, inspect, and test, and implement, and verify, and all of those things would happen in those 7 days. And what happens is, every day in the morning, typically in the morning, the entire team, which is a small team of, up to 7 to 9 people, they meet, which is during a ceremony called as daily scrum. Okay, this happens on a daily basis in the morning, and what they do is they would just mention that yesterday I've done this, today I'm going to do this, and please be sure when I'm doing this, I need your support on this particular thing, or I'm going to intersect with you or something. The painter would say, can you please ensure the electrical switches are properly covered so that I can paint quickly, and all of that. The cross interactions between the team members is what is looked at, and that is what is shown out here. So this meeting happens every day in the morning, and this is how the entire workflow progresses. So sprint 1, 7 days, meeting daily 7 times throughout the week. They give the bathroom. Next week they start off, get the bedroom. Third week they start off, get the kitchen. Next week they start off, they get the next bedroom. What is happening is, week on week you have started delivering value. There's a physical product being delivered. So what's happening out here is, the pros are, it's a flexible and responding to change project. So let's say week 3 you have used the bedroom for 1 week, which is the first one you have used, and you found that, hold on, this is not working well with me, or I prefer something else, or this is not best. The balance of the bedroom, so you can tell them to adjust accordingly. Okay, so similarly, once you have a small piece of software already released, if there is a next version coming through, you can tell them, okay, this is what you need to adjust and what you need to do. And typically these are short sprints of 1 to 4 weeks. So the industry typically prefers a 2-week sprint. So every 2 weeks there is a release happening. That is where you have started adopting based on your experiences. And the product gets faster to the market. Like you have seen in the example of refurbishing the house. Week 2, it's a livable house. The customer can actually start enjoying the house. And less upfront work. You don't have to think of every detail upfront. What you just need to have is a general guideline, or architecture, or a design that you're going to stick to, or certain principles that you want to stick to. The cons. It's hard to predict what will be delivered at the end. It is extremely difficult. You probably started off with the house and saying you want to have this house looking modern and all of that, but you might end up with a house where the 3 bedrooms are a little different to each other, and there's no common theme, probably, if you have taken such decisions. And in a cooking recipe, maybe you have started off with baking a bread, but in midway you decide, hold on, I'm going to go down to biscuits. You never know. Anything, the projects tend to be difficult to predict what they're going to achieve at the end. The final product is not released first. So the final product, obviously, it comes in stages. So you need to have that understanding of which direction this is going and how it is being constructed. On waterfall, you get the final product instantly in your hand after the full delivery is done, and you can look at what has happened. And documentation is minimal. So changing of resources is a challenge out here, as the ethos of Agile or Scrum is all about delivering value and looking at the actual working software or the working product rather than documentation. Okay, so where is this best suited to? So when you don't have a clear idea of the final product, but you want to adopt and adjust as you're going on, then Scrum is a good methodology. Um, when the project is required to accommodate a large number of changes, then this model is quite suited to the nature of the project. And if collaboration is a strength in your organization or your team, but planning is not, then definitely this is the model you should be looking at. These days, most of the IT organizations are adopting Agile Scrum, and there are various benefits that they are reaping. And hence you can see even on your apps, there is a regular updates coming through, and these are coming through the Agile or the Scrum methodologies in place. Okay, so just to again compare, waterfall, you go through all of these stages, and then you get the full product at the output. Agile, you get the product on the first or the second sprint, and beyond that, you just start building upon that. Okay, right. The final segment of my presentation is to how to pick the right methodology. So we have a list of methodology, and now we need to understand which one is best suited to my requirement. As obviously, here's a good example. If you want speed of travel, obviously you'll choose a vehicle like an airplane. But if you want a dynamic aspect, which to go through city center, but not as speedy as airplane, obviously you'll go for a bike. And similarly, you choose a vehicle based on what your need is. Similarly, the methodologies, I've not plotted all of them on this diagram, have their own characteristics. None of the methodologies are good or bad. It's all about you choosing a right vehicle for yourself. To do that, you would typically look at the 5 aspects. You would try to evaluate what your project is, what your team is, what your organization is, who your stakeholders are, and what tools you have at hand. So when it comes to evaluating your project, the first and most obvious thing is what is your budget. There are some methodologies which are costlier than others, like an aeroplane is very costly as compared to a car. So it all depends on your budget. Timeline, what timelines are you talking of? If you want faster to market, go in for Agile Scrum. If you are happy to wait for a year, go for waterfall. Then size and the complexity. If you have very bulky projects, waterfall is not best suited, but the other advantage of waterfall is it's heavy documentation, so that might actually be helpful. But it all now depends on your clarity of requirements. So choice of a waterfall or any other methodology you need to look at. Stakeholder expectations. What are they expecting? Are they expecting something quick? Are they okay with living with half-baked software? Are they okay with something else? Or are they very clear? I want a perfect thing to be done. And a project type and the industry that you're working on. So like I said, when I was very happy and intrigued to understand Scrum is being used in R&D. That was a new instance for me, but yes, it's working out there. Evaluate your team. So if your team is experienced on a certain project methodology, it makes sense to continue on that. If you're working on Prince 2, yes, probably it makes sense. You just can't throw in, let's say, the CPM method and say, can you switch over to CPM? There's a learning or a training situation involved. Self-organization capabilities. Now, what this means is the team able to self-organize, or is it somebody, the nature of the team is completely different? For example, a team of scientists is self-organizing. However, a team of firefighters, they are led by a particular person. It's a dictator who runs the team. Okay, so the natures of the teams are very different, and based on what project methodology you look at, it requires a very different mindset of that particular team. Team preparedness, and obviously the location of the team. If you're working off a scaled or a distributed set of team members, then it's a very different game as compared to co-located and small teams. So you'll have to also look at those aspects. Organizations. So a particular organization does have a lot of experience built on certain methodology, and they are able to leverage those experiences very well. So you may want to also consider that particular thing. The culture of the organization, so is it more heavy handed in terms of the way they control the entire projects, or is it they delegate authorities and ask the team to take decisions on their own? There are various types of organizations like Google, Facebook. It's a very different company to a very traditional company that we would look at. Then we have the level of flexibility within the organization. Google gives maximum flexibility, Facebook gives maximum flexibility within this thing, but Amazon very prescriptive. You have to do this. These are your working hours. You have to, it's very, very prescriptive, but both are successful. So nothing is wrong. It's all about understanding what the organization culture is all about. Your size of your organization and the resources available, internal, external. Your stakeholders, right? So stakeholder involvement. Let's say you're designing or refurbishing a house for an um, wealthy Arab who's living in Dubai. Hold on, he's not going to be available to you anytime soon. So you're not going to be successful with the Scrum model. You have to go for waterfall. Just sit down with him for an hour, get all requirements, sign off, and after 6 months, deliver it. Or if you have a very hands-on person who lives local and would like to be keenly involved into the project, yes, definitely Scrum may be very helpful. Okay, and then obviously we come to the other segment of what tools you have. Tools are expensive, so your organization may already have experiences with various tools. They already may have licenses available, or if typically on Microsoft there are a lot of free licenses given if you are within the enterprise license agreement. So you may want to then leverage those particular aspects. Okay, so what you choose as a methodology is purely dependent on what tools or licenses you may also have. Okay, so with that, I finished my session, and just for a recap, first of all, what we did was we looked at a definition of a project. Then we looked at what all project methodologies are there. We just went through the titles. We didn't even take a deep dive into anything or understand them any better. On waterfall and agile, these are the two specific instances we looked at in terms of the two models, and I gave you a flavor of what they are. We have really not dealt into any details within that, but this is just to help you understand that yes, there are two models out there, and this is how they inherently are different. And then we also looked at, if you were to choose a particular methodology, what all considerations should you put into this? My recommendations beyond this point is, this is just an introductory session. There are a lot of good articles available. You can search them on Google. You could also go through YouTube. Try to understand every project methodology in its core or in its conceptual level. Try to apply it to the projects that you'll be doing within the area that you're working on. And when you go for the interview, as long as one or two methodologies you could express as an interest or as an understanding, that is more than sufficient at this particular point in time. Again, no methodology is right or wrong. It's all about what is applicable in a certain scenario. Okay, so can I hand over back to Professor Itkarkar?
We'll see what questions are there. Yeah. Shall I read a question?
Yes, please.
Any guidance for those who need to work as freelancer? How can he or she implement these methodologies?
Okay. Now, when you are becoming a freelancer, the first thing anybody want you as a freelancer is because of your experience. Okay, so what you need to do is, first of all, build up that experience. You should have probably an in-depth knowledge of a couple of methodologies. You should have a very good understanding of some of the methodologies, but you should be able to compare all methodologies. So let's say I want to have a freelancer of a person who understands languages. I expect this person to, first of all, know certain languages in depth, know and can compare certain languages in a particular way. So similarly, for freelancers, go through all of those methodologies, develop expertise across a few of them, but you should be able to compare and apply those things into an organization to suit their requirements.
Let me see any more questions. Okay, for students, which methodology is useful if they have whole 1 year to work on it? What steps should be followed for the project?
Okay, so for students, it is very clear at the outset what you want to achieve. Okay, there will be a very clear definition of, okay, this project is supposed to do this particular thing and praise this particular aspect. And the budgets are also probably fixed at different. So I would recommend strongly go for a waterfall. When you start off that particular project, have the clear goal articulated, then start to plan out your entire academic year and split them into phases. The first phase is all about requirements. Sit down, detail out the requirements, and probably 2 months, after 2 months, agree with your professor or whoever is the signing authority that this is the right detailed requirements. Then go into stage by stage of designing, implementing, and then producing, and then testing. What you need to understand is the testing will be probably not be done until you actually have the end product. So that is the only risk factor you need to accommodate for. I don't expect you would be having a requirement change, but I do expect you to hit by defects in the late stage of the life cycle.
Right. There's another question.
Mm-hmm.
If I start an organization right now at this digital era, which method is correct?
Okay. Again, while I would have a natural answer to be agile, it all depends upon various things. So why agile is my natural suggestion. So first of all, you're going to, if you're starting a new organization, obviously you're going to start small. You're not going to have thousands of people suddenly employed. You will have a very, very small team working with you. And a small team is perfectly aligned for agile. Secondly, you probably have an idea of what you want to deliver as a service or as a product to the industry, but you may not have all of the details upfront, and nor do you want to invest a number of months trying to work out the details of the requirements. So again, that is why I'm recommending agile. The third aspect is you would like to do a kind of a dip test. So create a small product, release it to the market, see what is the response, and then further build upon that. And that is going to give you better assurance of success in terms of being accurately defining what your requirement or what the need is and how you're satisfying them. So my recommendation is go for agile. However, let's say you're setting up a new organization, which is a courier delivery service. It's pretty simple, straightforward requirements. You don't need Scrum. You go for probably, you could go for a PERT or a waterfall. Okay, or if it's a very prescriptive way of working, like let's say you're setting up a pharmacy store, go for Prince 2. It all depends upon how you're doing it. But if you're doing a regular IT service, go for agile.
Right back. Okay, we have another question from Arindam. Should we use methodologies even for our personal projects? Will it be helpful getting it complete and working?
Okay, projects are projects, and obviously we have looked on projects and operations differently. Okay, so let's take the personal project of yourself becoming a graduate in a 4-year course. So this is the waterfall method. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, and it's in stages that you do clear entry exit criteria. Yes, you should do project management for every personal project that you do. How formal you become about it is very different. But let's say at the start of the first year, you have not defined a clear goal that end of 4th year, I will be a graduate in, let's say, telecommunication. If you have not set that goal, and if you're not working towards that goal, you come to 4th year and you're still not graduated, does it make sense? It does not, right? So similarly, there are so many other projects that you have. I'll give you an example. Let's say all of you want to go for a picnic to Sinhagad. It's a project, right? Define how you want to do it. Do you want to do it in waterfall, very clear cut and planned? So sit down, plan with your group, how we are going to assemble, where are you going to assemble, who's going to get the food, what are you going to do, are you going to walk, are you going to take a bike out there, what you're going to do out there, where you are going to, how do you come back, what is the risk management, and all of that. You plan it accurately, go and execute and stick to the plan. Things will go right. There's a different mentality out there. People would say, hold on, we are going there for fun, we don't want to be so very rigidly controlled, and this thing we'll just enjoy. Right, go for Scrum. In the morning, call up your friends. Okay, anyway, today we're going to enjoy ourselves, we are going to see a god. Okay, let's meet at this point, come over there. Everybody gets there. From there we say we start walking. Okay, and in the next 2 hours we should be at Singhagat. Right, go get there. Now we are going to have food. Right, just go and have food. So do it step by step in a Scrum manner, and this is how you enjoy. But these are your personal projects, and how formal you become is a separate part. But yes, do project management in every aspect.
Okay, there are no more questions, I think now. Thank you, Satyashil, for your wonderful session. It was really informative, and there are good feedbacks which are coming also. Just a minute, I think there's one question again. I'll just have it. Uh,
Sir, may I ask one question?
Sir, one question. Achha, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, in our department, so we have started the Center of Excellence in Robotics Process Automation.
Okay.
Can you highlight the RPA domain? Is how the MNCs are using nowadays RPA domain, and what are the opportunities available in UK and in other MNCs, you can say, for RPA? Because our students are doing the certification of RPA. So, what are their opportunities? Is what how they can get opportunities in the placements as well as other scenarios. And what is your thought about
process
RPA?
and automation? It's robotic process and automation, RPA.
Okay, right. Now, I am not an expert in that field to comment on that, but what I can definitely tell you is my immediate next door neighbor, that lady, she is an artificial intelligence engineer in IBM. She is a high flyer. And while I have a Mercedes, she has a Porsche. You know, it's a niche market. It's extremely high demand. I've seen people with robotics, artificial intelligence, and also telecommunication, because generic IT, there are many people, core telecommunication. These people are in heavy demand. Okay, and these are hotcakes, is all that I can comment. Sorry, I'm not an expert in that field to comment further.
Hello, there's one more question from Arindam.
Yeah.
Is it healthy to mix methodologies for project, and will it help or will it not work, or it depends?
Brilliant question. I like such questions where people are thinking ahead. Right. So, um, uh, even yes, you should mix. Why not? Okay. Even when we are speaking in our daily language, we mix up Hindi, English, Marathi. And then there is a dialect that is formed, which is more sweet. Okay. If you go pure Hindi or pure Marathi or pure English, it is not going to be very convenient. Okay, it becomes a little raw. Similarly, in methodologies, like Scrum and Kanban, we have a blend of it called Scrum Ban. Okay, we do have a mix of waterfall and Scrum. Like if you take the 24-hour execution, some people may view it as an waterfall of 24 hours. There are various other, we also covered on the slide, we had a lean and Six Sigma, and there is a Six Sigma, lean Six Sigma. So there is a blend of it. Yes, you should mix. That's a brilliant practical question you have asked. You should mix, and you should adopt the best of certain things and apply it to a industry. And that is how most industries work. There is no pure methodologies that exist. Even in waterfall, some products, when they are ready, they just shoot it forward into testing. Can you start testing? It will help us avoid the risk. So yes, brilliant question.
Okay.
Sir, one other question is there. from Auratkar sir. How to optimize cost, quality, and deliverables of the project?
Okay. My God, we are getting some brilliant questions. Let me share my screen again. I'm sharing my screen. Is this visible to you all?
Yes. Yes, Satish.
Okay. Sorry, I don't. Yes, I have this. Okay. So every project.
We can't see your screen.
Are you not able to? Let me share again. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, yes. But
Okay,
not presentation mode, please. All right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So every project has 4 parameters: time, cost, quality, and feature as in scope. Okay. Every methodology has only 4 parameters to look at. Now, based on what methodology you look at, these 4 parameters play a different scenario. So when you are looking at a waterfall, the scope, the features are fixed. You know you are going to bake a bread. That's it. The scope is frozen, and the bread is volume is only for 4 people. The time and cost is variable. The time to create the bread using the same plan can be different based on various people. The cost is going to be different, and the quality is somewhere in the middle, and it's a right balance between a variable and a fixed. The quality can be a little variable, but it's also you get a certainty that the bread is going to be of this nature. If you go for agile, the scope is completely changeable, but the time and cost is not. You know you're going to work in sprints, and in next 1 hour I am going to create the bread no matter what. The cost of it may be very high because you may employ a very senior cook to get it done in an hour, and the quality is also fixed. I know I'm going to get a bread that I am certainly going to like, because I have participated every minute. I have looked at it, I have created it. That is it. But the variable is feature. I may end up with a biscuit actually, which I may like because I have created it. Okay. But similarly, which methodology you pick up, you just need to understand where these 4 parameters are expected to be, and if you apply that methodology, this is where you will end up with. To answer a different question which was asked earlier, freelancer. Now the freelancer also needs to have an in-depth understanding of this. So if you're applying a certain methodology, what is going to happen where is one of the good understandings the freelancer should have.
There's 2 more questions.
Okay.
What are challenging projects and how do we manage it?
The only challenge in this world is people. Rest everything is something we can conquer. As long as you have people who are motivated, willing to do certain things, you can do anything in this world. Okay. If you have a simple methodology to be applied, not a big deal, but if your team is not willing, it is not going to work. You have the most complex methodologies at hand, and you have a willing team, even that can be surpassed. So the biggest challenge is people. Now, one of the companies that I have worked in, their employees were very senior employees, and I was brought in to introduce a methodology. When I introduced this methodology, the first notion they got was, sorry, if this methodology is implemented, the organization is expected to become more efficient and I may lose my job. Now, the minute you get that feeling, nothing is going to work. Okay, so what we have to do is, first of all, bring in the strengths of the methodology, explain to them that this is not related to your job being made redundant. It is all about how the quality of life within the organization is improved. And if there are certain mechanical things that can be automated by the processes and the methodology, they are able to contribute better into the organization in the same role. For another example, when the IT system was being rolled out in the banking area in India, there was a huge resistance. Okay, first of all, using computers, and also, if computers come in, I lose my job. But it never happened. What happened was all of those staff members were asked to do the same role, but in a higher aspect, whereas the computers were doing the basic day jobs. So the biggest challenge is people.
Should we take more questions?
Yes.
Yeah. There's what Sumit. What challenges are faced when we switch from waterfall to Scrum?
Okay, it's the mindset. In waterfall, it is command and control way of working, like a military. Somebody gives a command and somebody just goes and execute. Okay. A designer says, I want this particular thing to be done using this framework. A developer goes and just gets it done. He will not think twice. In a Scrum Agile, it is quite the opposite. The entire authority and the thinking power has been delegated down to the developer, and actually there is no hierarchical system. All we have is a common team. Nobody is superior than the other, and everybody is expected to jump in and do everything. So the developer is now required to do architecture, the developer is required to do designing, and the developer is required to also develop it. What this also means is the developer is pushed up and he needs to start thinking on her own. So if tomorrow the code fails, he cannot blame the architecture made a wrong decision or the designer made a wrong decision. He has to own up the particular thing and he will get it solved. But after a few sprints, once this particular mindset has been set in, it actually starts working. He stands up for himself and he starts delivering beautifully. So mindset is the key difference between the two methodologies.
Okay. What are the advantages and disadvantages of waterfall?
Okay, so waterfall, if you know what you want to create crystal clear upfront and in detail, it's best to use waterfall. If you have a fixed budget and don't want to change that budget, have a tolerance to it, again go for waterfall. If your team is used to waterfall and if you have processes which are optimal to waterfall, just go for it. Again, if you are dealing with a change of resources throughout your life cycle, people resigning, people moving, people changing projects, waterfall is good because of the documentation. The flip side is waterfall takes longer time, and also you're testing your whole delivery towards the end of the project. So if you find a defect towards the end of your project, you had it, like your project in fourth year, the last year. You have decided 11 months ago you'll do something, you had the requirements, and today you're finding it's not working. You've already lost 11 months and you have 1 month to go before you sit down in exam and also get this signed off. It's too late. So that is the constant risk on waterfall.
Shall we take 2 more questions, 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, I'm fine. In fact, this is what I like. I need interactive sessions.
Okay, so there is one question from Kalyan Bamne. A spiral model is also having a lot of advantage. Then why people adopt waterfall and why not spiral?
Okay, like I said, I had not listed out all methodologies on that particular slide. Spiral is again a combination of waterfall and Scrum, where it spirals and continuously goes up. Okay, so that model is there. Now, what is suited for each situation is purely based on what is happening in that organization. So why have they taken a decision to go for spiral? Something they'll have to look at. Now, the challenge with spiral that I've found is you do not get the expertise in the market. So if you put a advert that I want a person who is educated on spiral and experience on spiral as a project manager, as a team member, the number of applicants are going to be very limited because you have gone into a niche segment.
One more question. See, how, and it's from my colleague itself from a previous college, how can Agile be implemented in educational level?
Wow, that is brilliant question.
Right.
Okay. The education system is typically a waterfall method. You do year 1, you do year 3, 2, 3, 4, you go step by step. Okay, now if we were to put it into an agile model, okay, so and I would go for a Kanban model typically with agile. What you're going to do is, let's say for the first month, you're going to form small groups rather than you having 60 or 30 people teams. You're going to have 10 people, students in one group, and you're going to say to the students, okay, do this particular subject for next 1 month. Don't do any other subject. Okay, so the number of hours that you're spending in the same subject is the same that you would have spent in 1 year, sorry, 6 months, but you are spending it in 1 month in a very focused way. Okay, and at end of that month you get them to go through your academic uh, your examinations and results and everything. What you'll hopefully find is they have done better because they are very focused on doing something single, not a number of things, something very specific and in a very focused way. And they let them choose that they want to educate themselves. There are some people who are heavily interested in books and they immediately grasp knowledge. But a person like me, I like visuals, I like practicals. Okay, so somebody would like to actually experiment the circuits, the waveforms, actually using practical aspects. These days, you get a number of videos on YouTube as to how to understand a certain aspect. So what would happen is every week you would start progressing through that full month, which is the product backlog. End of the month, you get a sign off saying, "Hold on, I'm done." Now, end of that month, the organization, as in the college, would assess, okay, this particular group have done better in a certain aspect, and probably their inclination is towards one aspect, and they would ask the students what subject they need to do next. Obviously, there's a list of subject that you need to complete for the entire year, and that is how you build up on that. It's a very different model because this model is led by students, not by the colleges. In waterfall, it is led by the colleges and the students are required to follow, and the engagement from a student is there just because she wants to be a graduate rather than the other way. The other way is I want to learn, and hence I'm going to do this in this month. So it's a very different engagement and it's a change in mindset.
Okay, Mauri sir, can we take more questions? Mauri sir, hello. Okay, shall I ask?
Take, madam. You can take, madam. No issue.
Yes, yes. It's from Tanmay Pawar. When a project is continued as an operation, will it be okay to continue with project methodology, or we have to change it?
Okay, so one of the projects is to set up an RTO office. The operations are leading to it. So the building is there. You're going to recruit teams of all of the inspectors and all of those admin staff, and you set them up, you get them up and running. But once they're up and running, the project team is dismantled and they leave. Okay, operations, running operations is a completely different ball game, and there are completely different methodologies out there. The other example is the mission Mars team. Once the orbiter is in orbiting Mars, what are they going to do with that? You know, the people who lead us to a certain goal may not be the best to maintain us at that goal. So I would strongly recommend dismantle the project team, and the project team is team members also not the best people for operations. They are completely different mindset. I love to create a new thing and move on, not stick to a certain things for my life. But there are some people love to stay on a certain routine and improve also upon that. So there is again a different mindset.
Okay. There's another question, same, but how do we select a topic of project for a final year diploma or final year UG? It's a question from Savita and Jyoti. They are asking as well as for the final year.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful question. The first thing, the key thing you take a project on is if you think you can be successful. Okay, and leave a headroom for the success. If you're going to travel to from Pune to Raigad, and if you think you can do it in 2 hours, good, but ensure it is actually 90 minutes that within which you can reach. There is 30-minute headroom for all sorts of traffic jams, rains, and everything. So choose a project that you think you can be successful. Secondly, identify one thing which will help you connect and keep yourself going in that particular project. Okay, so let's say I'm doing this project because, is it going to help me in my interviews? Is it just because that the title of the project or the nature of work is really going to is a hotcake in the industry and I'm going to get a better job? Or is it because this is brilliant, probably beyond my college life, I'll create a product out of this and get my life associated with it? Identify that one key thing, that is what your personal taking is. And as long as these two things are there, as long as you think you can be successful and there is something for you to take from it, go into the project.
There is another question. Can an engineering student do a project on business models? And what I want to add it, then suggest some models, business models, which an engineering students can.
Yeah. First of all, if you're an engineer or going to become an engineer, do not restrict yourself as to can I do this or can I do that. The fundamental of engineering is you can do anything, which is not the case for many other fields. Okay, somebody who is doing a painting and qualified in painting probably cannot do engineering work, but engineering work can do anything in this world. I've found engineers running restaurants, I've found engineers running businesses, I've found engineers doing anything, everything. Look at Sundar Pichai, he's an engineer, but he's running Google. Okay, so that is the fundamental nature of engineering. It teaches you to be, you can be expert in certain thing or you can be doing any other field. That's the nature of engineering. So first of all, do not constrain yourself. Business model, I'm not an expert to speak on that. Probably a business professional should speak on that, but there are topics on businesses that you should be looking at. So search on Google, YouTube, and you should get good idea on that.
Sorry, I was unmuted.
Yeah.
Purnima, how you see the coming days after this lockdown period? Will it affect our career?
Okay. Every disaster is an opportunity. Okay. The way I see it is as I love that India is woken up to the situation of self reliance or Atmanirbharta. Okay. Now again, I don't want to become geopolitical aspect and all of that, but I think in the current situation where our biggest competitor is not being looked at as a good person or a good boy in this entire world, we get an enormous opportunity to attract businesses. Now this is going to feed in a massive demand into India. Also, the work from home concept has suddenly been recognized and acknowledged by most in India. Most of the industries in India were not recognizing it. Okay, or they were turning a blind eye while they could see the Western countries doing it. So you're going to get massive work coming in. You're also going to get a massive acknowledgement that you can work from home, because it's becoming also economical for organizations not to host massive buildings and ACs and all of that. So what is going to be probably experienced by people is a growth in demand and that you are allowed to work from home. Now, those people who are agile enough to adapt to this particular situation. Now, when I'm saying agile, I'm not saying the methodology as the attribute of a human nature, you will succeed. This is the right opportunity. A lot of things are coming to us. Just go grab it and pick up yourself and run with it. If you stay back, if you say this is there, that is there, my union, and then it's not going to work. The world does not wait for people who put n number of bureaucracies across. Anybody who is going to pick up the new demand will get it through. The best current massive demand is for the medicine of COVID. If you think you can get it done, how you get it done is immaterial. Which methodology you work on is immaterial. If you get it done, that's it. The entire world, you can suddenly you can get billions from it.
Okay. there's another question for Arindam. Why methodologies? What impact does it make on the project? If we don't decide any methodology, just work on the project.
Okay, so if you want to travel from Pune to Mumbai, obviously you can take a off-roader vehicle and just go off-road and reach Mumbai in a certain way. You don't know when you're going to reach, you don't know if you'll break down, you don't know what is going to happen. And again, probably if you're traveling alone, that is the best way. You could explore that. But if you want to have a structured way of approaching things, if you want to have a certainty of doing something, if you want to reduce risk or control or mitigate them, then you need methodologies, because methodologies gives a structured way of approaching things. And it builds, methodologies are a culmination of experiences, good and bad practices, a culmination of practices put together to say, if you follow a certain methodology, you can expect certain things to happen in a particular way, and this is what you can achieve. Like waterfall, crystal clear, I will get a cake if I'm baking a cake. Scrum, I may get a biscuit if I'm starting off with a cake, but I will get something in next 5 minutes. So that's how it is. So methodologies is a good thing to have. Without that, you'll be reinventing the wheel.
Okay, somewhere a same question, but still will take from Aditya. If we need to change methodology from current method to another, for example, waterfall to agile or vice versa, what challenges we need to face? Rather, we have answered question, you have answered it, but still.
Yeah. So first of all, yes, mindset is one challenge, but how to resolve it? First of all, you'll have to train people, give them, put them into the Scrum teams, but do a mixture of experienced Scrum people versus those who are transiting from waterfall to Scrum, and get an agile coach, hire an agile coach or a consultant who can talk to people, and also get somebody from HR involved so that they can educate people that, if you are having a feeling that you'll be made redundant, that is not going to happen. This is all betterment and for everybody, and you will step up in your life.
Right, Satyashil, I think we can stop here now. You had a very good conversation with the students also. I now give it up to Maude sir. Sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice session. So
Thank you very much for organizing this. This was a flawless or seamless experience.
Just I will brief about the number of participants we have registered. So up till now, we have registered near about 2,000 plus participants in this webinar. So out of that, international participants are 100 plus. Number of countries covered near about 50 plus. Number of participants on YouTube live channel is more than 1,000. And you can see in this Zoom also, means up till now near about I think it's 1,500 plus participants have joined. So really it's a very you can say the grand out of
Hello, Maude sir. Hello. Maude sir. Your voice is breaking, sir. Hello, Maude sir.
Zoom.
Hello. Satish, can you hear us?
Hello. Hello, ma'am. I think sir has left and he's not able to hear you now.
Yes.
So you can proceed, ma'am.
No, I'm calling him back. It's just 2 minutes. Can we wait, Satish?
Yes.
Yeah. Navle ma'am. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you try fun, because I think from my side,
I'll try.
Just try.
I'll try to call him, ma'am.
Yes, I'm also trying for the same.
तुमच्याद्वारे कॉल केला गेलेला नंबर त्या वेळेत नेट
In the meantime, for the audience, what I would recommend is obviously go through the key crux of every project management methodology. You having a certification in one of the project management methodologies is very helpful. There are levels of certifications, foundation, practitioner, advanced, and all of that. As long as you do a foundation of one methodology, it helps. It's like, if you know one language, Hindi, understanding French, Japanese is going to be convenient because you know the structures. You just have to adapt to the local dialect. So that's how it is. Do one project management methodology, get one certification done. It will help you immensely. You may not apply it anywhere. It really doesn't matter, but you know one methodology is what is important. And as far as your project goes, keep your eye on the goal, complete it, and how you complete it is immaterial. Have you used the methodology? It doesn't matter. Completing it is very important because every methodology focuses on one core thing: finish your project and be successful. Later on, when you study a particular methodology, you would understand, okay, you probably applied this without knowing it.
We missed one question. Shall I ask you?
Okay.
Which model will you suggest for final year project students?
Waterfall, because I think you have a fixed time, you know what the requirements are, go for it. If you have not decided on the project and you would like to evolve what the project is going to be, then go for a Scrum. But Scrum, the level of understanding and the knowledge out there may not be great. And yeah, I'm happy to be contacted if you need certain guidance on something. You can contact me through my email address.
Mavade sir. Hello. Hello. Mavade sir. Okay, a request to everyone, just switch on your cameras. We'll have a photo session till then. He joins and he'll conclude the part. Yes, thank you. There are 15 screens for which I have to take a screenshot. Mavade sir. Hello. Hello, Mavade sir. Hello.
Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Maure sir, yes sir.
Madam, I am audible.
Yes sir,
Sorry
Maure.
for the interrupt.
Yes,
Hello?
Maure sir, you can proceed sir. You are audible sir.
Okay.
नाही आली का ग?
1 मिनिट बघतोय मॅम.
थांब.
Hello.
हाँ sir.
Just I will propose a vote of thanks.
Yes sir.
Hello.
हाँ sir, you can continue.
Okay. I, Professor Nilin, very much thankful to Mr. Satyashil Adnaik for his time and nice talk on design, development, and implementation of project methodologies for your eye-opening session for faculty and students. I am thankful to Sri Malujiraje Chhatrapati, Honorary Secretary, AISSMS Society, Pune, and all other members of AISSMS Society, Pune, for support and type of events. I am thankful to Sir, Principal, AISSMS College of Pune, for his inspiration, motivation, support to such webinars.
Okay, we'll share the feedback link in just 5 minutes. Actually, I had shared it. How come? We'll wait just 2 to 3 minutes and share the feedback link. Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Wait, why my feedback link is going private? Hello. The feedback link is shared. Please fill the feedback form. We'll wait for just a 5 minutes. The link is shared. Hello. I think we can end the session. Satyashi?
Okay,
Hello.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Cheers. Bye.
Yes, thanks, Satyashi. I think Kiran was also there with us. So we'll talk with him later. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks all participants. We can leave the session now. Maure sir? Hello. Maure sir, are you there, sir?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Miss, I will just end this meeting after 5 minutes because you.
Hello, Satyashi. You can leave, Satyashi.
I request all the participants from Zoom. I have shared the channel link in Zoom chat, so you can just subscribe that so that you will get the notification of our forthcoming webinars as well as FDPs on your as a notification to you. And I will request all the participants to again give this link to your students so that students can again see this video recording of this session, and you can again see this video recording at as much as times as you can. So that is publicly available to each and every participant. So kindly subscribe and share this link with your students also. Thank you very much. I hope miss all those participants have get the feedback, valuable feedback, and all the YouTube subscriber also. So I will request all the YouTube subscriber also, those who are watching on YouTube. So kindly subscribe our channel so that means you can see this recording afterwards, and you can share that recording with your students also. Thank you very much.
I shared the link on YouTube also. Just kindly check it if they are.
Yes, I shared the feedback link on YouTube channel.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
And again, the current live link of this YouTube recording, I am just pasting in the chat of Zoom. You can just please note down that, just copy and paste somewhere so that you can able to watch this video later on. Really, it's a very nice as well as eye-opening session for all the faculty members as well as students. So we have got so much information as well as whatever the do's and don'ts for that project methodologies. So we got that information. So thank you very much all the participants. So I hope Miss all have filled feedback. If somebody is not filled, so please fill that feedback again. And if you are getting your certificate today, it's okay. But if you are not getting after filling your feedback in your register mail ID, so don't get panic, because it may take near about 15 days, because so many participants we have received for this webinar. And all the certificates are generated automatically on internet, so it has certain limit, daily limit. So please don't get panic and don't call as well as don't email. I am not getting the feedback. I have filled the feedback, but I am not getting the certificate. So it will take some time. It will take some days. Means at least you can wait up to 15 days. If you have not received that certificate within 15 days, then you can contact us. Thank you very much for your support as well as patiently listening this webinar. Thank you all. So now, should I end the meeting, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can.
Still another 146 participants are available in this meeting. So
Yes.
if they have filled the feedback, if you have not filled the feedback, please fill the feedback again. And those who have filled the feedback, and those who have noted all the YouTube channel link as well as the current link, you can leave the meeting. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, from your side.
जर बॅटरी पण असून